Tonight we come to one of the oldest sorrows in the human heart. Not only the sorrow of losing what we love, though that is part of it. Not only the sorrow of watching life change, though that too belongs here. But the sorrow that grows when the hand does not know how to open, when memory tightens, when longing refuses to soften, when the heart keeps returning to what is already past and asks with great tenderness and great suffering why it cannot remain. To let go is one of the most misunderstood teachings in Buddhism. Many people hear it and think it means becoming cold, detached in the hard sense, unmoved, less loving, less human. But that is not the spirit of the teaching at all. The Buddha did not ask us to stop loving. He asked us to see clearly what happens when love becomes grasping, when grief becomes identity, when hope becomes a cage, when anger is hidden rather than released, when the mind kneels before what has already changed and begs it not to move. Attachment often feels gentle at first. It feels like devotion, like care, like loyalty, like remembering properly, like refusing to betray what once mattered. And yet, if held too tightly, even tenderness begins to wound. The hand cramps, the chest narrows, the mind circles, the night grows long. What we believe we are honoring starts to demand our whole inner life. Still, letting go is not something done in one hard gesture. It is not a command shouted at sorrow. It is not a heroic act of indifference. It is more often a slow loosening, like fingers opening in warm water, like autumn leaves releasing branch by branch, like mist lifting from a valley. Once the sun has been patient long enough, tonight's stories move through that loosening. They travel through waiting, possession, anger, memory, motherhood, repair, beauty, and departure. Each one touches a different form of clinging. Each one asks, in its own quiet language, what if peace does not come from keeping everything, but from learning what can be loved without being held captive? You will meet a woman who keeps waiting for words that will never come. A merchant whose wealth has become his chain. A monk who buries resentment and finds it growing roots. A traveler who mistakes carrying for remembrance, a mother who must love beyond possession, a man who cannot stop repairing what life has already broken, a singer who will not let one beautiful song end. And at last, a boatman who learns that the shore he fears leaving has long since become part of what confines him. These stories are not here to force release. They are here to soften the places that cannot yet unclench, to sit beside the pain of holding on, to suggest that the heart may loosen not by violence, but by understanding. So listen gently. No need to decide too quickly what each story means. No need to search for one lesson that will solve the whole burden of attachment by morning. Only let the images move slowly through you. A road, a bowl, a banyan tree, a gate at dusk, a boat at dawn, a song fading into stillness. These may carry wisdom more softly than direct argument ever could. And if somewhere in the listening you begin to feel your own grip ease on a memory, a fear, an old wound, a longing, a person you cannot keep, then let that easing be enough for tonight. Not final freedom, not perfection, only the beginning of release. Now let us begin with the first story. A story about a woman who waited so long for one letter that the whole of evening began to sound like expectation itself. If you are carrying something tonight, there is no need to throw it away all at once. Some burdens have been held too long to respond kindly to force. But even a burden long held can be shifted, set down for one breath, lifted more gently, seen for what it is instead of what fear says it must remain. This is already part of release. So listen not as someone trying to conquer attachment in a single night, but as someone sitting beside a river at dusk, watching what the water does with leaves, branches, clouds, and light. It receives, it moves. It does not cling even to what it reflects beautifully. Perhaps the heart can learn a little from that tonight. Story 1. The woman who waited for a letter that never came. At the far end of a village road lined with tamarind trees, there lived a woman named Mira who listened too carefully for footsteps near the gate. Each afternoon, just as sunlight began thinning toward evening, she would pause in whatever task her hands were doing and turn her head toward the road. If she was washing rice, the water would slip through her fingers, unnoticed for a moment. If she was sweeping the courtyard, the broom would rest lightly against the stone. If she was mending cloth, the needle would hang suspended above the small tear, because that was the hour when letters sometimes came, and she had been waiting for one letter in particular for so long that waiting itself had become part of her body. Years earlier, a man she loved had gone to the northern provinces to seek work after floods ruined the fields near the village. At first, letters came regularly, short, careful letters, folded small and smelling faintly of dust and travel. He wrote of labor, of weather, of a room he shared with 2 others, of his hope to return once enough had been saved. Mira answered each letter with tenderness and patience. She told him of the fruit trees, the repaired roof, the neighbor's new child, the way evenings felt quieter without him. Then the letters slowed. Then one came after a long gap, apologizing, promising another soon. Then silence. Weeks passed. Then months. At first, Mira explained it kindly. Roads fail. Winter delays travel. Illness comes. Work grows hard. No one writes easily under strain. Then the explanations began to fray. Had the last letter gone missing? Had he moved and found no honest courier? Was he ashamed of delay? Injured? Dead? Married elsewhere? Forgetful? Faithless? Lonely in another way she could not imagine? The mind, when given no ending, is a cruel and tireless storyteller. So Mira waited, at first as an act of devotion, then as habit, then as compulsion. The gate became a kind of altar. Every creak of cartwheels, every call from the road, every passing stranger stirred the heart. Most evenings disappointed her. Yet the next day she waited again. To stop waiting felt like betrayal. If she loosened her hope, was she abandoning him? Was she admitting a truth too painful to name? Her family watched quietly. Her sister said once, "You cannot live at the gate." Mira answered, "I only look." But in truth, much of her inner life had moved there. Even when indoors, part of her stood listening. Years make strange things ordinary. The waiting became woven into daily rhythm until Mira barely knew where devotion ended and suffering began. She stopped considering other futures. She kept his shawl folded in a chest. She left some plans unwoven, as though life itself should pause in courtesy to uncertainty. One late summer, after a day so hot the air itself seemed tired, an elderly nun arrived in the village, asking for a place to rest before continuing to the hill temple farther south. Mira's sister invited her in for tea. The nun, whose name was Gina, had a face softened not by ease but by long practice in meeting sorrow without hardening. During the meal, she noticed how often Mira turned toward the gate at the smallest sound. Later, when the shadows lengthened and the cicadas quieted, Gina asked gently, "For whom are you still listening?" The question, spoken without accusation, opened something at once. Mira told her the story. Not all the details, only enough. A man gone north. Letters once regular, then none. Years of uncertainty. The impossibility of stopping. As she spoke, she realized how tired the waiting had made her, not physically alone, but inwardly exhausted, like a field kept barren for a season that no longer came. Gina listened and then asked, "Do you wait for him or for the life that your mind still says must return in order for your heart to rest?" Mira had no answer. The evening light had gone amber by then, touching the courtyard wall and the dust of the road beyond the gate. The nun continued, "Sometimes what binds us is not love itself, but the refusal to let life reveal its ending in a form we did not choose. The heart says, I cannot release this because it mattered. But often we grip not the person, but the unfinishedness. That word stayed in Mira. Unfinishedness. Yes. Perhaps that was the true torment. Not only that he was gone, but that the story had never closed. No final quarrel, no grave, no farewell. Only absence without explanation. How can I let go? She whispered, if I do not know what happened. Gina looked toward the road. You may never know, she said. The mind believes peace requires certainty. This is one of its oldest illusions. That night the nun slept in the side room. Mira did not sleep much at all. She lay awake listening to the ordinary sounds of the house. The settling rafters, a dog far away, someone turning over on a mat. Again and again the question returned. If I stop waiting, what am I doing to the love I once held? Before dawn she rose and went to the courtyard. The air was cool. A single star remained above the tamarind trees. The gate stood where it always stood, dark against the paling road. She realized that for years she had been visiting this threshold, not because she truly believed the letter would come that morning, but because the act of waiting kept something alive in suspension. It postponed grief. It postponed anger. It postponed acceptance. Waiting had become a shelter against the finality of not knowing. Yet that shelter had slowly become a prison. When Gina woke, Mira asked to walk with her to the road. They went together beneath the early sky, birds just beginning in the branches. At a bend where the path rose slightly above the village, the nun sat on a stone and motioned for Mira to do the same. Then she said, "Write the letter you never received." Mira frowned, confused. "The letter of ending?" Gina said softly, "Not to invent facts, only to let the heart release what it has held open for too long." The suggestion felt dangerous, yet also strangely merciful. Using a scrap of paper and a bit of charcoal from the nun's travel pouch, Mira began to write. Not in his voice exactly, not as false comfort, but as the ending her own heart needed. A farewell to uncertainty, a release from waiting, a blessing for what had once been loved, a confession that she could not remain at the gate forever. She wrote until tears blurred the charcoal. Then she folded the page. Gina did not read it. She only pointed toward a small fire pit used by travelers at the edge of the road. Together they burned the paper. The flame took quickly. The ash rose in one brief dark ribbon and disappeared into morning air. Mira wept, not because she had betrayed him, because she had finally allowed the waiting to end. Life did not become easy at once. That afternoon, when cartwheels sounded on the road, her head still turned instinctively. The body remembers its devotions long after the mind has understood them. But something essential had shifted. She no longer believed that remaining faithful required endless suspension. Love could be honored without chaining the future to an absent messenger. Over the months that followed, Mira changed small things. She planted herbs near the gate instead of standing there each evening. She opened the chest and unfolded the old shawl, not to worship memory, but to wash it clean and give it away before insects destroyed it. She allowed herself to consider festivals, journeys, conversations, and plans that did not include the phrase, "When he returns." Grief came, yes, but grief was simpler than waiting, cleaner. It hurt, but it moved. Waiting had only circled. The Buddha taught that suffering often grows in the mind's refusal to release what has already changed. Mira's attachment was not only to a man, it was to uncertainty itself, to unfinishedness, to the hope that life might still become what it once promised. When she let the false future burn in the small dawn fire, she did not erase love. She only stopped feeding the loop that turned love into prolonged sorrow. So the first story leaves us by a village gate after sunrise, where a woman once listened for a letter that never came, and finally learned that some endings are softened not by explanation, but by release. And from that quiet road, we move now toward another form of clinging, not to a missing voice, but to weight, security, and the strange chains of possession. And in later seasons, when Mira heard wheels on the road or a messenger call from another courtyard, the old reflex still stirred. Hope is not unlearned in a day. But now she could place a hand over the rising ache and whisper, not waiting, only remembering. That small difference saved her from being dragged again into the same endless corridor of unfinishedness. Memory remained tender. Life, however, began moving again. Story 2. The Merchant Who Could Not Release His Gold. In the busiest quarter of a river city lived a merchant named Darren, whose house was known for two things: its polished cedar doors and the locked room no guest was ever invited to enter. Darren dealt in spices, silk, copper vessels, and occasionally precious stones brought down from the northern passes. He was skillful, disciplined, and widely respected. Bargains seemed to bend toward him. He could glance at grain quality and know the month of harvest. He could hear a man name a price and detect from the slight dryness of the voice whether hardship stood behind it or greed. Over years, he amassed what others called security: coin, jewelry, trade accounts, objects easy to sell in famine
and easy to hide in unrest. In younger years, he had known hunger. Once, during a failed monsoon, his family ate thin broth for weeks and sold one heirloom after another until even memory began to feel pawned. Darren never forgot that season. What others called caution, he called wisdom, learned by pain. Wealth, he believed, was not vanity. It was protection against humiliation, against dependence, against the blank stare of a market stall when one has nothing left to exchange. So he built carefully, then obsessively, then fearfully. By the time he was an older man, Darren no longer enjoyed his possessions in any clear way. He guarded them, counted them, recounted them, hid them in new places, checked the locks before sleep, and again if sleep did not come easily. A rise in prices unsettled him. News of theft in another district unsettled him. A cousin asking for help unsettled him most of all because generosity felt like erosion. He called this realism. Yet his realism had a feverish edge. The locked room at the back of the house held chests of coins, cloth bundles, sealable jars, ledgers, and items wrapped in waxed paper against damp. Darren visited it every night after supper. His wife had long since ceased asking why. His sons had stopped expecting inheritance to soften him. The room did not make him feel rich. It made him feel briefly less afraid, only briefly, because possession and fear often strengthen one another. The more he had, the more there was to lose. One autumn, during festival season, a wandering monk came through the quarter collecting alms for repairs to a bridge outside the city. His robe was patched, his sandals worn. Yet when he stood in Darren's doorway, asking only for a small donation, the merchant felt a disproportionate irritation rise in him, not because the request was unreasonable, because it touched the place where fear had been calling itself prudence for years. Darren gave him nothing. The monk bowed and turned away without resentment. That night, however, sleep did not come. The locked room called to him as always. He lit a lamp, entered, and sat among the chests, feeling not protected but strangely burdened. Each object in the room now seemed to hold a silent question. What are you really keeping safe? The next day he went out, under the pretense of inspecting shipments, and found the monk near the old market cistern, handing bread to 2 children. Darren approached awkwardly and said, "Why do you not seem troubled by having so little?" The monk looked up with mild surprise, then smiled. "Who says I have little?" The answer irritated Darren further. "Do not answer a practical question with a monastery riddle," he snapped. The monk laughed softly. "Then ask the practical question more practically." Darren, who was not used to being gently corrected, inhaled and tried again. "How does a man stop fearing loss?" The monk studied him a moment. "Has he lost something?" "Not yet." "Then perhaps
said the monk. "He has already lost something by fearing it every day." These words landed more sharply than any sermon might have. Darren stood very still. The market moved around them, hawkers calling, donkey bells clinking, spice scents lifting in warm air. Yet inside himself, he felt an uncomfortable clearing open. Had fear already taken something? Sleep, certainly. Ease, generosity, trust, perhaps more. The monk introduced himself as Sen. He asked no further questions in public, but invited Darren to walk with him at dusk beyond the city wall where a narrow road followed the river. For reasons the merchant could not fully explain, he agreed. They walked as the city sounds thinned behind them. Reeds moved along the riverbank. Evening light rested gold on slow water. Barges drifted downstream, their shadows elongated in the current. At length, Sen said, "There's nothing wrong with storing grain before winter or saving coin against hard seasons." The Buddha did not praise recklessness, but there is a difference between using wealth wisely and building your mind around it as if it were the only raft that can carry you. Darren did not argue. He knew too well how central the locked room had become. Sen picked up a smooth river stone and set it in Darren's palm. "Close your hand around it," he said. The merchant did so. Tighter, he tightened. Soon the hand ached. The arm grew tense. "Now tell me," said the monk, "when did the stone become heavy?" Darren answered, "When I gripped it too hard." Sen nodded. Possession is often like this. The object does not create all the suffering, the grip does. They went on walking. The river widened beyond a bend, and evening geese crossed the sky in an uneven line. Darren thought of the locked room, of all the objects he had once gathered to protect life, and that now seemed to require his constant vigilance. The wealth had not disappeared, yet peace had. Over the following days he returned to Sen again and again. They spoke of scarcity, fear, generosity, and the illusion of security. The monk never demanded that Darren give everything away. Instead, he asked subtler questions. Can you sleep without checking? Can you give without panic? Can you know enough without needing complete certainty? Can you use what you have without becoming used by it? One night, Darren entered the locked room carrying a lamp and sat in silence for a long time. He looked at the chests and realized that what he feared most was not poverty itself, but the helplessness his younger self had once known. Yet no amount of accumulation had truly returned control. It had only transferred fear from having nothing to losing what he had. The chain had changed materials. It had not ceased to be a chain. In the months that followed, he began small acts of release. He opened one chest and paid the bridge repair in full. He funded winter coal for 3 households too proud to ask. He loosened the locks. Then one evening, he left the locked room unopened and went to sleep anyway. He slept badly at first, but he slept. That mattered. Gradually, his relation to wealth changed. He still kept accounts. He still traded. He did not become careless. But the room at the back of the house no longer ruled the night. Possessions became tools again rather than guardians. He could finally see that security built entirely out of control remains. Insecurity, wearing expensive clothes. The Buddha taught that clinging creates suffering, not because objects are evil, but because the heart asks them to provide what they cannot sustain: permanent safety, permanent identity, permanent reassurance. Darren's gold had not harmed him on its own. His tightened grip had. When the hand softened, wealth remained, but its tyranny weakened. So the second story leaves us by a river at dusk, where a merchant once believed security lived inside locked chests and slowly discovered that freedom begins where the grip eases. And now, from gold and fear, we move to another subtler burden. Anger hidden so deeply that even the one carrying it believes it gone. Eventually, Darren discovered something almost embarrassing in its simplicity. Once he gave more freely, he thought less obsessively about loss. It was as if generosity broke the spell that scarcity had cast over his inner life. Wealth was no longer only a wall against fear. It became at times a way of participating in the relief of others. And in that change, even his own nights grew less guarded.
Story 3. The monk who buried his anger beneath the banyan tree. At the edge of a monastery garden, where roots of an old banyan tree rose above the earth like sleeping serpents, there lived a monk named Hiram, who was admired by nearly everyone for his calmness. He walked softly. He spoke little. He bowed with great composure. During disputes among younger novices, he was often asked to mediate because his face almost never sharpened. He seemed, from the outside, to embody a clean stillness that others found reassuring. But there are forms of calmness that come not from release, but from suppression, polished until it looks holy. And Hiram's calmness was in part of that kind. Years earlier, before entering monastic life, he had suffered a betrayal by his older brother over a piece of family land. The wound had never been loudly expressed. No public accusation, no dramatic break, no legal dispute. Only a series of quiet deceptions that left Hiram feeling used, humiliated, and unseen. When he left for the monastery, he told himself he was walking toward peace. In truth, he was also walking away from anger he did not know how to bear. At first, monastic life helped. The rhythms were clean,
dawn bells, sweeping, chanting, prayer. The body had tasks, the mind had teachings, and the heart had enough structure to keep certain shadows from surfacing. Whenever anger stirred, Heron met it with correction. This is unwholesome. This is attachment. This is ego. He covered irritation with discipline and called that transcendence. Over years, the covering became skillful, so skillful that even he began to believe the anger had disappeared. But buried things do not always die. Some take root. Hiron began noticing strange moments. A novice, receiving praise would irritate him beyond proportion. Hearing brothers speak affectionately of family would chill him inexplicably. Certain festival songs from the village below stirred bitterness so quickly that he would leave the courtyard under pretense of chores. These reactions embarrassed him. A monk should not carry such residues. So again, he did what he had always done. He buried them deeper. The banyan tree in the monastery garden became the private symbol of this habit. In the early years, whenever resentment rose, Hiron would go there at dusk, kneel at the roots, and silently imagine placing the anger beneath the earth, not releasing it, burying it. By the 10th year of this practice, he had become so skilled at concealment that others sought him out precisely because he seemed untroubled. One monsoon season, an elderly teacher named Raku arrived from a distant monastery and stayed several weeks. He was known for a very plain way of speaking that made many people uncomfortable before it finally helped them. After observing Hiron for only a short time, Raku said one afternoon, "Your stillness is too tight." Hiron bowed, uncertain how to answer. Raku continued, "True peace has room in it. Yours looks arranged." The words struck like a bell in an empty chamber. That evening, Hiron went to the banyan tree more disturbed than usual. Rain had ended not long before. Drops still fell from broad leaves. The earth smelled rich and dark. He knelt in his old way, ready to place the day's bitterness into the imagined soil. Then he remembered the teacher's remark, "Your stillness is too tight." For the first time, he did not bury the feeling immediately. He stayed with it. At once, anger rose, not fresh but ancient. Anger at his brother, at humiliation, at his own years of pretending the wound had been fully transformed, when in truth it had only been driven underground. The intensity frightened him. He had thought himself beyond such rawness. Instead, he found an old fire waiting for air. The next day, he sought Raku privately. The teacher listened as Hiron finally told the story he had reduced for years into abstractions about attachment and renunciation. When he finished, Raku asked, "Why did you bury the anger?" Hiron answered, "Because I wanted peace." Raku shook his head gently. "No, you wanted not to feel the shame of having anger while wearing robes." This was harder to hear than any accusation, and because it was true, it opened rather than closed him. Raku took him to the banyan tree that evening. The sky was clear after rain. Water still clung to the roots in dark beads. The teacher placed a hand on one thick root and said, "If I bury a seed here, do I remove it?"
"No," said Hiran. "What do I do?" "You place it where it may grow unseen." Raku looked at him steadily. "That is what you have done with anger." They sat beneath the tree until twilight deepened. Then Raku instructed him in a different practice. When anger appeared, Hiran was not to condemn it, bury it, or obey it. He was to name it plainly. Anger is here, heat is here, hurt is here, shame is here. He was to feel where it lived in the body: jaw, chest, belly, hands. He was to breathe without the extra violence of wanting the feeling already purified. At first, this practice humbled him almost unbearably. A monk of long standing, discovering he had not transcended anger so much as hidden it with elegant effort. Yet humility, too, can be medicine. As the weeks went on, Hiran began to understand the difference between suppression and release. Suppression pushes the feeling away from awareness while keeping it alive. Release sees clearly, softens ownership, allows impermanence to work. The first is fear in spiritual clothing. The second is practice. He did not become angerless overnight. Far from it. But now, when resentment rose, it no longer needed to disguise itself as judgment, cool distance, or overly arranged peace. He could feel its first movement. He could trace it back toward hurt. And because it was no longer forced underground, it began losing the secret power it once held. One morning, months later, a letter arrived from his brother carried by a nephew. It was awkward, incomplete, and years too late in some ways. Yet when Hiran read it, he noticed something astonishing. Pain remained, sadness remained. But the old buried blaze did not take him over. It had been aired enough to breathe differently. He did not reconcile everything that day. Life is rarely so tidy. But the letter no longer fell onto soil thick with roots of hidden resentment. The ground had changed. The Buddha did not teach us to become statues. He taught right seeing. Anger seen clearly may still hurt, but it is less likely to govern from underground. Hiran's suffering was not only in his brother's betrayal, it was also in the years he spent pretending buried bitterness was the same as freedom when he stopped concealing the wound from himself. Release finally became possible. So the third story leaves us beneath a banyan tree after rain, where a monk once mistook burial for liberation and slowly learned that what is faced gently may finally loosen. And now, from hidden anger, we return to the road, to a traveler
whose burden is not one wound, but a collection of many, gathered carefully, as if carrying were the same as honoring. From then on, Hiram no longer went to the banyan tree to bury anger. He went to sit beside it. This distinction changed everything. The roots, once symbols of concealment, became reminders that what is pressed underground does not vanish by obedience. It changes form. Seen plainly, however, even deep emotion can lose its secret command. The tree remained, the seasons remained, but the monk beneath it became more human and therefore more genuinely free. Story 4. The Traveler, carrying stones from every village. For as long as anyone remembered him, the traveler named Oren carried a cloth bundle tied across his back, even when the road was short and the weather mild. The bundle did not contain food enough to justify its weight, nor blankets, nor tools of a tradesman. It held stones, not ordinary road stones collected idly. Stones chosen from villages, riverbanks, doorways, shrines, and fields where something painful had happened. One from the threshold of the house where his father died, one from the ford where thieves once beat him and stole his first season's earnings, one from the orchard where a beloved friend told him they would part ways, one from the roadside where he first understood his youth was gone, and so on, village after village, grief after grief. He did not show the stones to others. He carried them privately. In his mind, each stone preserved something that should not be forgotten. If he set them down, would he be betraying the life that had formed him? Would memory fade into softness too easily? Carrying seemed a kind of devotion. At first there had been only one or two. Then the road lengthened, years passed, and pain accumulated the way weather accumulates in old wood. Oren discovered that sorrow, once given physical shape, becomes strangely tempting to keep. One stone called for another. Soon the bundle had grown heavy enough that strangers sometimes offered help lifting it onto his shoulders in the morning. He always refused. The weight changed his way of moving. He sat carefully, stood slowly, climbed hills with visible strain. Beautiful landscapes passed him with half their power because the body, under burden, has less room for wonder. Yet he became so used to the heaviness that he stopped questioning it. Pain carried long enough begins to feel like identity. One spring he came to a monastery known for a clear mountain spring and a large stone courtyard, warmed by afternoon sun. Travelers were often given food and one night's rest there, and Oren intended nothing more. As he entered the courtyard, a novice offered to take his bundle. Oren stepped back sharply. The refusal was so immediate that both of them startled. An older monk nearby saw this, and later, during the meal, sat beside him. The monk's name was Vasha. He had kind eyes and the kind of attention that made concealment feel tiring. After some ordinary conversation, he asked, "What do you carry that must not be touched?" Oren smiled without humor. "Only things I have survived." Vasha said nothing for a time. Then he replied, "Sometimes survival becomes another form of clinging when it is constantly lifted like proof." Oren did not appreciate the remark, yet it stayed with him through the evening. Proof? Was that what the bundle had become? Not memory, but proof that his suffering had been real, that what had wounded him mattered, that he had not passed through life untouched and therefore invisible. Later, under a sky full of cold stars, he sat alone in the courtyard, untying and retying the rope around the bundle. Vasha approached with 2 cups of hot barley tea and sat nearby. Without demand, without pious pressure, the monk waited. At last, Oren opened the cloth. The stones lay there in varied shapes and colors, dull in the lantern light. He explained each one, at first defensively, then more honestly. The more he spoke, the clearer it became that he was not only remembering events, he was carrying grievance, regret, unfinished mourning, and an almost superstitious fear that setting down the burden would make his life less meaningful. When he finished, Vasha asked one question. "If you place a memorial stone by the roadside, must you also carry it forever?" Oren looked at the bundle. He had no answer. The next morning, Vasha led him to the spring above the monastery, where water moved over smooth rock and collected in a clear basin before descending again toward the lower valley. They sat there a long time, saying little. Then the monk said, "Memory is not the problem. Reverence is not the problem. Even sorrow is not the problem. The trouble begins when the heart believes that holding pain tightly is the same as honoring what happened." Oren heard the truth of this and resisted it at once. If he laid the stones down, what then? Would the dead matter less? Would betrayal become trivial? Would the losses shrink dishonorably into just another story? The mind often equates release with disloyalty. Vasha seemed to sense this. He reached into the bundle and picked up one stone, then placed it beside the spring on a flat ledge where sunlight touched it. "See," he said. "Not gone. Only no longer on your back." Something in Oren broke then, not dramatically, but like a knot soaked long enough in water finally loosening. One by one he took out the stones and placed them around the spring. Some he set down quickly, others he held for a long time, speaking a name or memory under his breath before releasing them. By the time the bundle was empty, the basin edge looked almost like a small shrine, not to suffering, to the life that had passed through suffering and continued. When he rose to leave, he nearly fell backward from misjudging his own lightness. The body had forgotten what unburdened movement felt like. He laughed once, a startled, almost boyish sound. Vasha laughed with him. The road below the monastery remained the same road, yet everything in it seemed altered. Pines moved more freely in the wind. Distant roofs shone. Even his own breathing reached more deeply into the ribs. He realized that much of what he had called seriousness was simply exhaustion. The Buddha taught that attachment turns the mind again and again toward suffering, not because the past should be denied, but because clinging converts experience into burden. Oren did not need to forget his life. He needed to change its weight. Once memory was allowed to stand beside the path rather than crouch on his back, release became reverence of a gentler kind. So the fourth story leaves us by a mountain spring ringed with stones, where a traveler once believed he had to carry every grief personally, and slowly learned that what is honored need not always be borne. And now we turn toward another, more delicate attachment, the love of a mother whose tenderness tightens into holding on. Long after leaving the monastery, Oren would stoop to pick up a stone from the road and then smile at himself before setting it back down. He had not become someone without memory. He had become someone who knew memory need not always be carried in the muscles. Some things can remain by the roadside of the heart, visible and honored, without demanding to be borne through every future mile. Story 5: The Mother Who Learned to Love Without Holding On. In a riverside town where white cranes sometimes landed in the shallows at dawn, there lived a mother named Sila, whose whole life bent instinctively toward keeping her daughter close. At first, this closeness was natural. Children need holding. They need feeding, watching, guiding, comforting, correcting, lifting from sleep when fever burns, pulling back from river edges, rapping against cold, soothing after bad dreams. Selah did all this with the full devotion of a heart made generous by love. But as the years passed and the girl grew toward her own selfhood, Selah found that her love did not know how to change shape as easily as childhood did. When her daughter was young, protection had meant nearness. Later, nearness became habit, then expectation, then fear. Selah advised on every choice, worried over every friendship, resisted each journey, mistrusted each silence, and felt secretly wounded when the girl began wanting private thoughts, private walks, private seasons of becoming. She told herself this was care. Sometimes it was, but sometimes it was attachment, speaking in the soft, familiar voice of motherhood. The daughter Lian loved her mother and yet often felt unable to breathe fully in her presence. Every return home carried invisible strings. Every wish for independence looked, in Selah's eyes, like withdrawal. The more the mother held inwardly, the more the daughter leaned away, not in cruelty, but in self-preservation. This dynamic pained them both. Sela felt unappreciated, then guilty for feeling so. Leon felt grateful and trapped at once. Their love grew crowded with unspoken tension. One year, during the rains, Leon announced she wished to travel south for several months to study herbal medicine with an aunt. Sela reacted as though hearing of exile. The roads were bad. The aunt's town was far. The work would be tiring. The timing was poor. Perhaps next year, perhaps later, perhaps after the harvest, perhaps after marriage, perhaps when things were more settled. The excuses changed daily, but underneath them all lived one raw truth. Sela could not bear to release her image of what love should look like. Leon, quiet at first, finally said, one evening, "Mother, if your love cannot let me go anywhere, it begins to feel less like love and more like fear wearing love's clothing." The words wounded Sela deeply. Because they were unfair? No. Because they were close to true. The next morning, still shaken, Sela went to a small temple near the river where an elderly lay teacher named Mita kept the garden and received villagers who needed steady counsel. Sela did not confess everything at once. She spoke instead of motherhood, worry, duty, and the ingratitude of youth. Mita listened without interrupting. When Sela finished, the older woman asked, "And which part of your suffering comes from care, and which from possession?" Sela stiffened. "I do not possess my child." Mita nodded. "Then why does her movement feel like theft?" The question opened a painful silence. Rain touched the temple roof in a soft, persistent pattern. The river beyond the courtyard moved thick and brown from recent storms. At last, Sela whispered, "Because when she goes, I feel what I cannot control." Mita's expression softened. "Yes, that is the heart of it." They walked together to the riverbank after the rain eased. There, reeds bent in wind and cranes stood in the shallows, watchful and elegant. Mita pointed to one of the birds lifting suddenly into the air. "You can love a bird in your garden," she said. "You can feed it, shelter it while it heals, admire its beauty. But if you close your hands around its wings to keep it near, you no longer love the bird. You love your fear of losing it." Sela felt tears rise almost at once. For years, she had wrapped control around affection so tightly that the two had become hard to distinguish. Mita continued, "True love protects where protection is needed. It blesses where freedom is needed. It does not make another life small simply so the heart may feel less afraid." The river moved on beside them. A leaf spun briefly in an eddy and then was carried downstream. Sela watched it go. That evening she returned home and sat quietly while Leon sorted dried herbs at the table. The room was lamplit. Rain had left the air cool. For once, Selah did not begin with caution or advice. She simply looked at her daughter and saw not the child she wished to keep, but the life she had been entrusted to love for a time. Not own. Love. When she finally spoke, her voice trembled. If you still want to go south, I will help you prepare. Leon looked up, stunned. In her face there was relief, yes, but also a tenderness Selah had feared lost. Not all distance is rejection. Some closeness returns only after holding loosens. The weeks before departure were painful and beautiful in equal measure. Selah packed dried fruit, stitched a travel pouch, folded blankets, wrote careful notes for the aunt, and sometimes wept alone where no one saw. Yet the grief now carried a different quality. It was not the panic of losing possession. It was the honest ache of loving a life that must have its own horizon. When the day came, the mother walked with her daughter to the ferry landing. Dawn mist lay over the river, boat ropes creaked. Traders called to one another in low voices. Just before Leon boarded, Selah placed both hands on her shoulders and said, "Go fully. Learn well. Return if you wish, but do not live smaller. For my comfort." The daughter embraced her, and in that embrace, Selah felt something loosen at the deepest level. Love had not diminished. If anything, it felt purer once it stopped demanding that nearness prove devotion. The Buddha taught non-attachment not as indifference but as freedom from clinging. Selah's suffering did not come from loving her daughter too much. It came from confusing love with the need to keep. When she learned to bless rather than bind, grief remained, as all true love allows. But alongside grief came a greater spaciousness, a gentler form of emotional freedom. So the fifth story leaves us at a river landing in morning mist, where a mother once believed love meant holding on and slowly learned the holiness of release. And now, from human bonds loosened with tenderness, we move into another kind of attachment altogether, one centered on an object broken beyond recovery, and the ache of wanting yesterday restored. Years later, when letters arrived from Leon describing distant herbs, unfamiliar rain, patients she had helped, and towns her mother had never seen, Selah discovered a new form of closeness. It did not come from keeping her daughter near. It came from making enough inward space for the daughter's life to unfold truthfully. What she received back was not possession but trust, and trust, once given room, often feels warmer than control ever did. Story 6. The Man Who Kept Repairing a Broken Cup. There was once a man named Thomas who kept on a high shelf one porcelain cup no one else in his household was allowed to touch. It was not ornate. Its glaze had softened with age. A faint blue line ran around the rim, like a narrow band of winter sky. Yet to Tomas, it carried a tenderness far greater than its price. The cup had belonged to his teacher, an elderly calligrapher under whom he had apprenticed in youth. In those years, the teacher had seemed to hold the world together simply by the way he poured tea, arranged brushes, and allowed silence to enter a room without demanding explanation. When the old man died, the cup was the only object Tomas kept. For many years he used it rarely, mostly on anniversaries and in the first days of autumn when memory felt nearest. Then one rainy morning while cleaning the shelf, his elbow struck the cup. It fell. The sound it made on the stone floor was not loud. Yet for Tomas, it was as if something inside his own chest had cracked with it. The cup broke into several pieces. Not dust, not ruin beyond all form, but clearly broken. A fracture through the handle, two larger curves from the bowl, smaller white-edged shards glittering near the leg of the table. Tomas knelt immediately and gathered every piece with shaking hands. He told himself it could be repaired. Carefully, skillfully, invisibly, perhaps. The next day he bought adhesive from a craftsman in the next town. He worked for hours, aligning edges. The cup stood again by evening, though the fracture lines showed. He disliked the sight. It no longer looked as it had. Days later, the handle loosened and fell. He repaired it again. A crack opened along the rim. He repaired that too. Then the base shifted. Then another seam whitened. Each time the cup failed, Tomas became more determined. He stopped thinking of the repair as practical and began treating it as moral. To let the cup remain broken felt like failing his teacher, failing memory, failing the years in which that object had stood untouched by time. Months passed in this absurd devotion. The cup was used no longer. It was too fragile. Yet Tomas kept repairing it as though the labor itself could reverse the morning it had fallen. One afternoon, an old lacquer artisan named Hannah visited to deliver work commissioned by Tomas's brother. She noticed the cup on the table surrounded by cloths, glue, and magnifying tools. After hearing the story, she asked to hold it. Tomas hesitated, then agreed. Hannah turned the cup slowly in the light. The joins were careful. The affection in them was obvious. So was the desperation. She said, "You do not want the cup repaired. You want the fall not to have happened." Tomas opened his mouth to argue, then closed it. The old artisan had named the deeper wound instantly. He told her about his teacher, about the room with paper screens and winter tea, about brush strokes corrected with patient hands, about how the cup had seemed to carry those days intact. "It feels," he said quietly, "as though if I let it stay broken, I am allowing the last physical thread to fray." Hannah listened and then asked, Did your teacher teach you reverence for objects or reverence for impermanence? The question landed with almost unbearable precision. She then told him of a custom some artisans practiced, not to hide all fractures, but to honor them visibly, allowing brokenness to become part of the object's later life, rather than pretending nothing happened. But even then, she added, one must know why one repairs. If the hand is trying to erase time, it will suffer. If the hand is blessing what has changed, the work becomes different. That evening, Tomas sat alone with the cup and finally admitted what had truly driven him. He was not repairing porcelain. He was arguing with mortality. The cup had broken, yes, but beneath that was another pain. The teacher had died. Youth had passed. Rooms once full of instruction no longer existed. And one treasured object had been asked to hold too much of what time inevitably loosens. No glue could bear such a task. The next morning he took the cup to Hannah's workshop. Together they examined the pieces and the old repairs. Some sections could be restored enough for beauty, though never for ordinary use. Others required visible lines of joining that would remain part of its new form. Tomas agreed at last not to seek invisibility, no more pretending, no more endless undoing. Over several weeks, Hannah showed him how to work patiently, not from panic, but from respect. A repair is not resurrection. A seam is not failure. An object changed by breakage can still hold grace. And sometimes, she said, the truest release is not even repairing the thing for function, but placing it where it may simply be remembered honestly. When the cup was finished, it looked nothing like the untouched vessel he had once guarded on the high shelf. The fracture lines remained fine but clear. The handle sat slightly differently. Light moved strangely across the repaired glaze. Yet when Tomas held it, he felt, for the first time, not the frantic need to continue fixing, but a quiet sadness mixed with gratitude. The cup had not returned, neither had the past, but neither had been betrayed. He placed the cup in an alcove near his writing table, where afternoon light touched it gently. There it remained, not hidden, not worshipped, not endlessly handled in the hope of reversal, simply present as a teacher once again. Not of permanence, of release. The Buddha taught that all conditioned things are impermanent. Tomas had known this in principle, but still wanted one cup to defy the law on behalf of memory. His suffering grew not from the break alone, but from the refusal to let brokenness be part of reality. When he stopped trying to force restoration into erasure, peace entered by a quieter door. So the sixth story leaves us before a repaired cup resting in afternoon light, where a man once mistook endless mending for loyalty and slowly learned that some things are honored best not by returning them to what they were, but by blessing what they have become. And from the silent lesson of porcelain and fracture, we move now toward another attachment, not to grief or possession, but to beauty itself, and the human wish to keep one beautiful moment from ending. Sometimes Tomas would still reach toward the cup with a sudden wish that time had spared it. Then he would stop and let the wish pass through him, without building a whole sorrow around it. This too was practice. Not never wishing, not becoming stone, only not letting wish harden into war against what had already happened. The repaired cup became less an object and more a teacher of this exact tenderness. Story 7. The Singer Who Would Not Let the Song End. In a lakeside town known for reed flutes and evening festivals, there lived a singer named Ayla, whose voice had once been compared to first rain on dry earth. In her youth, she sang at midsummer gatherings, temple feasts, river weddings, and autumn lantern nights. People stopped talking when she began. Even children who grant their silence only to what truly moves them would turn and listen. Ayla was not vain by nature, but she loved what happened in those moments. The hush, the shared stillness, the sense that one breath could hold an entire courtyard together. Years passed. Her life changed as all lives do. Teachers died. Friends married and moved away. One illness took part of her upper range. Another season of so thinned her confidence the town still respected her, yet the nights of radiant, effortless singing became fewer. What troubled Ayla was not merely aging. It was her inability to accept that one beautiful season had already completed itself. She kept chasing the old note. If the room did not fall silent in the same way, she felt diminished. If the voice frayed at an edge once clear, she suffered. She practiced harder, then more harshly. She compared present evenings against remembered ones. Instead of inhabiting each song, she stood beside it, judging how perfectly it resembled her vanished prime. This turned music into grief. Beauty, once a river she entered, became a relic she tried to restore. An old flute maker named Naren asked her to sing at a small gathering in his workshop by the lake. The room was humble, no festival, no great audience, only 7 people, warm lamps, cedar shavings, and wind moving outside over black water. Ayla nearly declined. Such a modest occasion seemed unworthy of what she secretly still demanded from song. Yet she went. She sang carefully, and because she was careful, the voice stayed tight. Beautiful in places, yes, but defended. Halfway through, while moving toward a phrase once famous for its luminous sustain, she pushed too hard. The note wavered. Not badly. Only enough that she heard the difference and, in hearing it, felt the whole old grief rise again. She finished the song, bowed, and apologized. Naren, who had spent his life making instruments that changed with weather, wood, and time, looked at her with kind exasperation. "Why do you grieve every note for not being the one from 10 years ago?" he asked. Ayla, tired of her own pain, answered more honestly than she intended. "Because I know what beauty once sounded like in me. And when I cannot reach it again, it feels as though life has already ended one of its most luminous chapters, without my permission." Naren nodded slowly. Then he took down an old flute from the wall. Its lacquer was worn. One binding had been replaced. The tone holes were darkened by decades of use. He played 3 notes. They were warm, intimate, touched by age. Not bright the way a new instrument might be, not flawless, yet full of character impossible in an untouched flute. "When this flute was new," he said, "it was clear in one way. Now it is clear in another. If I spent every winter demanding that it sound like spring wood, I would never hear what it has become." Ayla listened in silence. The workshop lamp reflected in the window where lake darkness lay beyond. Naren continued, "Your suffering is not only in the change of voice, it is in the refusal to let the song end where it ended. You keep holding the final note in memory until the present music has nowhere to breathe." These words followed her home. That night she sat beside the lake long after the moon had risen. Wind crossed the reeds with a sound like distant whispering. She thought of songs, seasons, youth, and the human wish to keep one luminous stretch of life from passing into history. Yet all beauty, she realized, depends partly on ending. If a note never released, would it still be music? If dusk never deepened, would evening remain beautiful, or only become a blur of unfinished light? The next weeks she changed her practice. She sang simpler songs, shorter ones, songs that did not invite comparison with her grandest years. She listened more closely to what the voice could do now, rather than mourning what it once did. At first, this humility felt like defeat. Later, it felt like truth. One spring night, she sang again in Naren's workshop. The voice was not the voice of her youth. It carried more grain, more tenderness, more shadow. In the middle of one song, the sound thinned almost to speech, then opened again on a lower phrase so intimate that everyone in the room seemed to lean toward it without realizing. When silence came after, it was not the same old festival silence she had been chasing. It was smaller, deeper, truer to the life she now inhabited. Ayla felt tears rise, not from loss this time, but from release. The song had ended, and because she no longer fought that fact, it had become beautiful again. The Buddha taught impermanence not to make us love less, but to free us from the suffering of trying to imprison what is inherently passing. Ayla's pain came not from beauty itself, but from demanding that beauty repeat its exact former shape. Once she allowed music to age, silence to close the phrase, and memory to rest where it belonged, the present moment could sing again. So the seventh story leaves us in a workshop by the dark lake, where a singer once clung to the echo of one perfect season and slowly learned that beauty is deepest when the heart no longer demands its stay. And now, with song releasing into silence, we come to the final story. A boat, a rope, dawn over water, and the last quiet lesson of loosening what has long held us in place. After that winter, Ayla stopped asking audiences to confirm that she was still who she had once been. She began singing for the truth of the present room instead. Some nights the song was small, some nights it opened wonderfully. Either way, she no longer tried to trap the old brilliance like a bird inside her ribs. In release, even the quieter voice became more alive. Story 8. The Boat Untied at Dawn. On a broad river where morning mist often lay thick as wool, until the sun climbed high enough to unravel it, there worked a ferryman named Aaron, who had spent his whole life crossing from one shore to another. The work was simple to describe and endless to perform. Untie the boat, guide it through current, steady the passengers, land carefully, secure the rope again, repeat from dawn until dusk. Aaron knew the river's moods well, where eddies formed after rain, where winter currents bit hardest, how reeds along the eastern bank bent before storms. His boat was trustworthy, his hands practiced, his earnings modest but enough. Yet inwardly, he remained attached to one idea with such firmness that it shaped the whole of his life. Safety lives on the shore, we already know. He had opportunities over years to move elsewhere. A cousin in another valley invited him into trade. A widow in the next town hoped he might stay. A monastery once asked if he would oversee repairs to their river docks and live nearby year-round. Each time Aaron hesitated until the chance passed. He told himself he was practical. The ferry, after all, was stable. The river knew him. The shore knew his step. Why risk uncertainty? But beneath practicality lived a more frightened attachment. He was not simply staying by choice. He was clinging to the familiar as if it alone could keep sorrow manageable. The irony was profound. A man who crossed water every day could not inwardly cross into a different life. One autumn, after weeks of heavy rain upstream, the river ran fuller than usual. Mist thickened each dawn, and the rope posts groaned under strain. One morning before the first passengers arrived, Aaron noticed an elderly monk standing at the landing with no baggage and no sign of urgency. "You are early for crossing," Aaron said. "I am early for watching," the monk replied. His name was Sumi. Instead of boarding at once, he sat near the landing and observed the ferryman untie, pole off, return, retie. After the third crossing, he said, "You tie the rope with great devotion." Aaron shrugged. "If I do not tie it well, the boat drifts." "True," said Sumi, "and if you tie it after every crossing, it remains safe for the next. But tell me, what in your life are you still tying down after the crossing is already finished?" The question irritated Aaron precisely because it pierced too quickly. He answered with rough politeness and turned back to work. Yet the words followed him through the day. "What do you still tie down after the crossing has already finished?" That evening, after the last passenger had gone and dusk had begun laying violet color over the river, Sumi returned and asked for one final crossing. No other passengers came. Just the monk and the ferryman in a small boat moving through broad, quiet water. Mist had begun again. The far shore appeared and disappeared in pale, shifting bands. Halfway across, Sumi said, "Most people think attachment looks like clinging to objects. Lovers, wealth, anger, youth. And it does. But sometimes attachment looks like loyalty to what is familiar, long after the soul has begun asking to move." Aaron kept his eyes on the water. The pole dipped, struck bottom, pushed. Sumi continued, "You have built a life around returning to the same shore. There is no wrongdoing in that. But when returning becomes fear of departure, suffering begins to hide inside routine." The ferryman felt a heaviness in his chest he had long called duty. Now, under the monk's quiet gaze, it looked different. Was he dutiful? Yes. But also afraid. Afraid of untethering, of changing names and roads, of learning new currents, inwardly as well as outwardly. After landing, the monk did not leave immediately. He stood in the mist and said, "At dawn tomorrow, before anyone else arrives, do one crossing with no passenger. Midstream, stop rowing. Let the river hold you for a few breaths. Do not rush back. See what in you panics first." Aaron almost dismissed the instruction as mystical nonsense, yet something in him, tired of his own fixedness, agreed. So before sunrise the next day, he untied the boat and crossed into mist with no one aboard but himself. The river was wide and strangely soundless. Even birds had not fully begun. Midstream, he laid the pole down and let the boat drift. At once, panic rose, not practical concern alone, though current was real. Deeper than that, a fear without clear language. If I do not steer, where do I belong? If I stop controlling return, what holds me? If I drift, who am I? He felt then how much of his life had been built around avoiding exactly that question. Not merely where to live, how to be without constant reattachment to the known shore. After several breaths, he picked up the pole and guided the boat onward. He was trembling. Though the river had not been especially dangerous, the danger had been inward. For many days he repeated the practice. No passenger, dawn mist, midstream stillness. Each time panic came, then passed. Beneath it lay sorrow, beneath sorrow, a long ignored longing. He did not simply want safety, he wanted freedom from fear disguised as duty. By winter, Aaron had not yet abandoned the ferry or made some dramatic change. Life is rarely transformed in one symbolic gesture, but something real had loosened. He began imagining futures previously sealed away. He wrote to the cousin in the valley. He visited the monastery docks. He found that the idea of leaving no longer felt like betrayal of the river. The river itself, after all, never stopped moving. Why had he asked his own heart to remain moored forever? In spring, when the first clear dawn, after long rains, spread pale gold over the water, Aaron untied the boat for the day's first crossing and noticed a deep calm in the act. The rope was still useful, the shore still real, but tying was no longer a religion. It was simply what the moment required. And when another moment one day required departure, perhaps he would be able to meet that too. The Buddha taught that attachment binds us not only to what we love, but to the identities and certainties we think protect us. Aaron's rope was practical, yes, but also symbolic of a deeper clinging to the known. When he allowed the boat to drift and survived the fear of not immediately controlling return, a freer life became imaginable. So the final story leaves us in morning mist, where a boat once pulled always toward the same shore begins at last to understand the holiness of loosening. And with that rope softening in dawn light, the whole night turns gently toward rest. When eventually Aaron did leave the ferry for a season to help at the monastery docks upriver, the departure surprised everyone, least of all himself. He carried no great triumphant feeling, only a calm grief and a wider breath. He now understood that letting go is rarely dramatic from the inside. Often it is simply the moment when fear no longer has the same authority. The rope is loosened, the boat moves. Dawn remains gentle. And now the night is quiet enough to hear what remains when holding on grows tired. The letter has burned to ash. The locked room stands open. Rain has darkened the roots beneath the banyan tree. The stones rest by the spring instead of on the back. The boat has drifted briefly into mist. The cup sits repaired but unhidden in the afternoon light of memory. The song has ended and left the air tender rather than empty. These stories have moved through many forms of attachment: waiting, possession, bitterness, carrying, protectiveness, repair, beauty, familiarity. Each one has shown a different way the heart asks life not to move on without permission, and each one, in its own language, has whispered the same truth. What we refuse to release begins slowly to own us. This does not mean love is wrong. It does not mean memory is wrong. It does not mean commitment, grief, loyalty, or care are mistakes. What wounds us is the tightening, the demand that what changes must stay, the insistence that pain honored must be pain preserved, the belief that if we open the hand, what mattered will vanish into nothing. But Buddhism offers another way of seeing. It says what is impermanent is not therefore meaningless. What passes is not therefore unworthy of love. What must be released is not therefore betrayed. A bird is not dishonored because it flies. A season is not falsified because it ends. A cup is not made worthless because it breaks. A life is not emptied because one form of closeness changes into another. The hand can open, the heart can soften, and when they do, peace does not always arrive as sudden joy. Sometimes it arrives as less tension in the chest, less circling in the mind, less pressure to force tomorrow to resemble yesterday, less need to keep every room filled with the same old story. Before sleep comes, let us rest in that loosening. No need to perform it perfectly, no need to decide tonight what must be released forever. Only notice where the grip is, perhaps around a memory, perhaps around a person, perhaps around a fear, perhaps around some old, unfinished version of yourself. Take one breath in and let it go. Another and let it go. If something in you is still clinging, do not scold it. Clinging is often only tenderness frightened by change. Place kindness there, not indulgence, not force, only kindness. Imagine the hand opening around a stone. Imagine a rope loosening from a post at dawn. Imagine a leaf letting go of the branch, not because it hates the tree, but because its season has ripened. Imagine a cup that, though broken, still reflects light. Imagine a song that ends and leaves the silence more beautiful because it was allowed to complete itself. The Buddha taught that from attachment springs grief, from attachment springs fear. And yet the teaching does not end in warning, it opens into freedom. For where attachment loosens, fear loosens. Where fear loosens, peace has room to enter. Not because life stops changing, but because the heart is no longer demanding permanence from what was never made to provide it. So tonight, let the mind rest from trying to preserve everything. Let memory be memory. Let love be love. Let sorrow be sorrow. And let what is ready to soften, soften. You do not have to push the river. You do not have to hold the note forever. You do not have to stand at the gate all night, waiting for the world to become what it was. For this one night, perhaps it is enough to breathe, to feel the body supported, to let the darkness hold what you no longer need to hold so tightly yourself. May the hand grow gentler. May the heart release what it cannot keep. May what has ended be blessed. May what remains be enough. And may sleep come softly, like mist lifting from a valley when the morning has finally grown patient enough to receive the light. Good night. And if something in you is not ready tonight, let that too be held gently. Release cannot be bullied into ripeness. Some griefs soften by degrees. Some attachments unravel thread by thread. Some hearts must learn many times over that opening is not the same as losing everything at once. So do not demand final freedom before sleep. A little loosening is already grace. Somewhere, even now, leaves are falling without regret. Water is moving past stones without asking them to follow. Night is deepening without clinging to dusk. And your own life, too, may perhaps go on more lightly. If one small knot is loosened before morning, not all knots, only one. That is enough for a night like this.